Yo, what the hell is this? What the hell's a Mazetta? Hello, people of the YouTube intro. I'm your host, Sean Tyler. And I can safely say I am back. Let me mute that real quick. I am back on Twitch. Potentially. Yes. Thank you. I've been, as you might know from my pre-recorded videos, if you even watch my YouTube channel, I've been in Ireland, in the Irish countryside, taking pictures of stickers of anime characters on breaker boxes that may or may not have been nude. Now, there will be a video out of the Ireland trip at some point. I gotta work on that. It'll be like a name in progress episode. Nobody knows when it gets uploaded, but it should be uploaded at some point. Let's see what else has been going on other than Ireland, a bunch of that stuff. You guys apparently really want to watch the pro wrestling sim game because that's gotten just as much views as Umineko has. Hell, even the re-upload of episode 1 because of the copyright claim by WWE got just as much views as that pro wrestling sim. So I will restart a save file and actually play that and make videos on it, maybe stream it. What you don't want to watch is House Flipper, apparently. You guys just said bump that. We don't want that. I was playing the new DLC too, and you guys just don't care. That's not something you want. That's not something you want to see. So both of those got deleted because at that point it's like it's a one-off. It was gonna get deleted. I wasn't planning on playing it anyway. What else is there? I went to see the new Top Gun movie, and let me say this: it gets a 2 out of 5 out of 5 stars. It is not. Half of it is romance that I don't care about because it's between two characters that I don't know from the first movie because I've never seen the first Top Gun. And then all the fighter jet and actually what the movie is about stuff was good. So you got a mix. You got stuff that I didn't care about and stuff that was very good, or stuff that was decent enough to actually be in a movie. Is that it? Nope, there's one more thing. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I don't know if you guys want me to play that anymore because it is the least viewed series on my channel, and I don't feel like recording it anymore. So, it's really hard for me to record and stream that game. I don't know why. Compared to the other games, it's not as fun, I guess, to record. So I'm probably going to play that on my own time unless people are really adamant about me finishing that series on my channel. Well, with that out of the way, I'm your host, Sean Tyler, as the starting soon screen shows. I've seen this intro like 20 times while trying to make sure this audio was good. But yeah, man, I got some good stories for Ireland. That's going to have to either wait for the video to come out or I'm just going to start talking about it in this stream. Who knows at this point. Like the title says, I'm going to try to finish episode 1, but who knows how long these chapters are at this point. And with that out of the way, I'm just gonna go into it now. I'm gonna unmute the game because I have it muted at the moment because I heard this song enough times. Now, let me switch to the live scene. Unmute the audio. Now, hopefully it's good. If not, I can quiet the music. We're gonna view this one last time. Now, this is what I like about taking these breaks in between games, is that I'm not focused on bits that I was doing in the past anymore. It's a fresh mindset. Everything that I might still be able to know may or may not I may or may not know them. All I know is that supposedly, am I on page 2? No, I'm on page 1. Now, curtain rise on tragedy. I'm assuming this is where I left off on last time. But if it's not, I'm gonna regret not loading. I'm gonna click on this. If this is a little bit back from where we were, that's gonna be fine. But we're gonna load this one because this is the last save. And we're gonna see where it's at. Alright. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from kids' TV, and the... Oh, okay, there's another comma. I thought the grammar was already messed up, and I was about to have a field day, let me tell you that. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned, dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene. Okay, so this is where we left off. Because I do remember... Now hold on while I grab my water that I left somewhere else. What I do remember is death. The 6 people got sacrificed because of the witch's game. That's what I remember that we did last. And we discovered them. And then Ozzy showed me on Discord the actual, like, manga faces, which were brutal, by the way. Was the voice of Maria. She rolled around laughing at the TV. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. That's my one question. How are we going to explain to Maria that her mom is literally dead and her face is ripped off? How do you explain that to a child? You know, I would just go out and say it, be like, yeah, your mom's dead. Well, she's busy laughing, because maybe the TV will distract her and be like, what? Oh, okay. And then it won't hit her until later, so we don't have to deal with it. But she can't yell at us that we didn't tell her, because we told her. Hopefully. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. That's my boy Cannon. This is the one guy I want to live now at this point. Because all the other people I wanted to live, yeah, they're dead now. All of them. Literally, almost every single one of those 6. I pretty much wanted to live, and they're all dead. Let's see if I can remember the 6. Oh, wait, well, except for the butler guy. I forgot he was there. The head butler. Well, not the head butler. The butler that was, like, at a former restaurant or hotel. I didn't care about him. But Shannon, rip. Kyrie, I think. The old man. And by that I mean Badler's father. Maria's mom. The butler guy, like I said. And then, wait, I already said Maria's mom. The Nazi, he's... why? Okay, Jessica's father. There we go. Yes, Strauss. That's his name, Strauss. But yes, there. That's who are the 6 who have died. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Anything that I periodically remember, I'll say later on. Oh, like, you'll know if I remember it, because then something will happen. I just remembered the Swedish fish. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, He started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then, his muttering produced a question directed at Nanjo. But the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was a deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. Ah, yes. Kinzo, the greatest of all time, the GOAT, as you might say. On par with Chris Jericho, which is saying a lot from me, because Chris Jericho is my all-time favorite professional wrestler. How about no? Yes, Genji, he's still alive. Of course, she's still alive. Notice how George's family, none of them died. George's family just lives, which I think is kind of bullshit. Natsuhi was struck speechless by Eva's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife. Sus? Yes, sus. You know what? Since I said that, editor's note, put in the imposter sus at 3 a.m. challenge music. But yes, it is suspicious. It is spish, if Starseeker has taught me anything, which is a video you can watch on the Saberleaf channel on YouTube. Shameless plug. But yes, it's you know what? I don't think Genji did it anymore. Genji the crossdresser, that's what we established. You know what? I'm going all in. George did it. George is the killer. He killed his own fiancé. Which doesn't make sense, but I mean, it's either that or, again, Genji is a crossdresser, which, at this point, who knows what we believe. Again, or again, there was an 8th person, or 9th person, I forget the number. There was another person who was hiding out in the woods who came down and started stabbing people. I assume stabbed. Granted, their faces were ripped off. Well, they could have been cut off very hastily by a knife. But herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Yeah, Natsuhi does not want to deal with this today, neither would I. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Eva followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Yeah, what happened? In the dining hall, blood. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. That's... Wait. Man, that's all... Hold up now. So let me think about this. They only had... But some of them... Okay, yeah, this is starting to be really suspicious right now for the family of the George. for George's family. The clues are piling up. They are, but it's getting very suspicious for George's family. Because all the kids who are alive, mind you, were in the guest hall. Along with Genji, Kanon, maybe Kumasawa, and all the people in the manor except for Kinzo, which he was in a locked room. Makes sense. You know, makes potential sense. Is dead. Except for these two, Hideyoshi and Eva, and Natsuhi. But Natsuhi had a charm on her door which stopped the thing from killing her, as we saw earlier with the scratches on the door. So right now, I am highly suspect of George's family, of Hideyoshi and Eva. In fact, I'm starting to think it's Eva trying to get rid of people in order to get the inheritance for herself. Because everybody else in the main mansion is dead. Except for 4 people, and 2 of them have a good reason for not being dead. Kinzo, kinda, not, but, I mean, it's Kinzo. Beatrice might like him. So if she is still, you know, an actual thing, she probably wouldn't kill Kinzo. But very suspicious of these 2, that they're fine. But everybody else is dead who was in that house. Huh. And obviously they were killed in the dining room. So, I'm gonna say this. Eva, in the dining room with the kitchen knife. I just one clue. I just one clue, and that means I'm out. I won this whole game. I just flipped the table over and walked out. In figuratively of our clue game. I love how many clues are later and get so many new ones each time I read it. Well, that is okay. How many times have you read it? Because I'm trying to determine how many different clues you've been finding. And well, kinda. This is kind of a reading as well. Kind of. But anyway, yes. Eva, in the dining room with the kitchen knife. I just one clue. Flip table, walk away, come back, continue playing. The first one to start running was George. I've read episode 1 4 different times. Okay. So let's say, so at minimum, the 4 different times, at minimum is at least one clue. So every single time, the storytelling is so good you realize how many clues there are right in front of you. Well, I'm telling you right now, George here, Ava's suspicious. I'm telling you that right now. She seems the most to gain from these people dying. So at minimum of 1 clue per read, you're at 4 clues that you've realized. But probably more, because obviously you wouldn't get the 1 clue. You'd probably get a few clues, then maybe a few more, then maybe like 1, and then maybe another 1. So at minimum, 4 clues. Simple math, because I am a self-certified mathematician. Yes, and my, with these hundreds of clues, my detective brain, my self-certifiedness in the self-appointment of being a detective is that Ava is killing these people at the moment. At the moment, because she's like the only one that would gain from this. And she's the only one that is unaccounted for. Well, not unaccounted for. More like not potentially dead. Granted, they could only choose 6 based off of the riddle, but they could have chose her. We need to know what she was doing that night. If I was there as a detective / lawyer, I'd walk up to Ava and I'd ask, so what were you doing last night? Because you're suspicious right now. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Najo to their senses, and they chased after him. Badler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed the gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. You'll get a lot more clues very soon, so don't worry. Oh, don't worry. My detective brain has already figured it out. You can't beat me, game. I know everything there is to know about the universe, for I am a god in this void, in this world I call a YouTube / Twitch channel. I am its god. I destroy and I create. However, Kumasawa had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. So let me think about how the fact that everybody rushed into the room, got their fingerprints everywhere on everything, and now all of these clues are done. Because we already know whose blood that probably is. Unless somebody fought back. Obviously, who was in the dining hall was probably going to be the head butler, the restaurant guy. I don't remember his name. In fact, I believe if I hit Z and I look at characters, I'll be able to look at his name. Goda. No, wasn't she supposed to be? Okay, you know what? Okay, well, apparently, Goda would be the one in here. So unless he fought back and made the attacker bleed, that would be his blood more than likely. If not, that means somebody was brought into the dining hall and killed. It also could have been Shannon who was trying to clean. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. Well, I mean, face did get ripped off. I mean, if I ripped my face off right now, I'm pretty sure, first of all, I would pass out from the pain. Second of all, I wouldn't be alive. Third of all, my keyboard would probably get short-circuited from blood, but would look a lot more red than it is now. Why, is it dried? Well, maybe only one was killed. We don't know that. That one person could have just bled a lot. They had the, again, that one disease where you bleed a lot. Oh, shit. I forgot about the meeting that they had. I gotta stop this. I forgot about the meeting they had. Until just now. So wait, that means Ava isn't as suspicious anymore. Because they slipped out. They left. And Natsuhi was probably asleep at that time, because I think she left as well. So that means that would only... Oh my god. That means the killer literally entered the room, killed everybody that was in the room, which is probably all 6 of them, and then threw them in the shed. Huh. Maybe that's how I should murder people. You didn't hear that. In fact, if you say one word of this to the police, you're gonna get a pen. Like, I will gift you a pen. I won't stab you with it. I'll gift you it. I'll be like, here, you stopped a murderer. Have a pen that that's been used a bunch, actually. Anyway, hello, Cannon. I might call him Nick Cannon. Yes. Complain about the murders of my parents? Well, of one parent? Complain about, the blood that's on the floor? While eating. See, here's what I would do. I'd leave the blood there. I wouldn't clean anything. Even after the police showed up, I would just leave the blood there as a constant reminder. Badler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with Cannon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Again, I'm not Swiffering the blood out. I'm leaving that in there. That is atmosphere. That is decor. I mean, you could lick the blood, but Banjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces, even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world. Again, you could lick the blood up, but I don't know what that would do. Maybe you look up the medical records of every member of the family after licking the blood, and you taste it, and you see it's like, how irony is this blood? How does this blood taste? And then you look and you compare and you go, aha, so that's this person's. Then you test the next one, then the next one. At least then we'd been able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate. Well, then everybody just go to the damn guest house. Nobody was killed in the guest house. There won't be anything there. So you can escape. As Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. Again, guest house, it probably has a dining hall, but not really a hall, probably just a room. It was where all of the relatives have eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. Yes, again, their blood could be mixed in. A little mix. Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Badler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there, all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then, Genji returned. Where did Genji go? Oh, he was calling the cops. Okay. Is the phone line still out? Because I know the phones were out. Well, I'm assuming. Well, what day is it? Well, there's a storm. There's like a literal, like, cyclone. Typhoon, that's what I was thinking of. So if there really is a killer, They took the most opportune time to strike.
そんなアホな話があるか。6人も死んだんやで。そして電話も無線も通じず、船もない。台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか。
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなくおじさんたちを殺した犯人も
They're hiding in the woods. Or it's Ava. It still could be Genji who's cross-dressing, but I'm throwing that out the window. But it's still gonna be laying in the grass, so I can reach out the window and pick it back up. The killer could be among us. At 3 a.m.? Even though it's not 3 a.m.? Man, I need to get like a soundboard. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor, rather than noticing something odd. I need to get a soundboard so I could just, and the only thing on it needs to be just the Among Us theme at this point. You know, I could play it. You know what? Okay, you know what? I regret looking this up now. Because what I get is remixes. A trap remix. There's one that literally said drip remix. Oh yeah, here we go. It's the trap remix, says drip in it. They are going to say Among Us a lot, so just get the sound clip ready. I wish I could, but I don't want to. I might have to mute the desktop audio real quick so I can find the actual right one. So bear with me for a moment. Okay, maybe it's not that. Maybe I looked up the wrong thing. Maybe it's this. Well, it's not that. There it is. I found it. Okay, well, first of all, I gotta turn off autoplay. So I have this on deck now. All I need to do is click a button down here. I have that on deck. Alright. I have the meme ready. I have the meme ready. I just gotta do like a wild thing, because I don't have a soundboard or a stream deck. I don't have shit. I'm just streaming. But anyway, if I said this, rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Oh god, not the ooze again. Oh yeah, A, because she's talking. Game audio is gone. Ah, yes. I did not unmute. I'm gonna let it go, because by the time I finish it, I'm not gonna be able to read that. Sorry, I did not unmute the desktop audio. Now let me read this. The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. That was my bad with the game audio. The thing is I would normally hit, like, buttons, a button combination to unmute the desktop audio, but my button combinations fuck up the actual game and make me do shit like skip, so I can't. so I have to manually do it. Jessica probably didn't like that. So, trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me overwhelmed with grief? She flared up at Maria. They all died. Every single last one of them. They all died. All of them. I'm turning into Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Yeah. I will inject a lethal dose. Alright, everyone's dead. And even your mom.
よすんだジェシカちゃん。悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
マリアさん、ショックだろうが聞いてください。あなたのお母さんがな、死んでしまいました。
I'm gonna say this. I fucked up my toe in Ireland. So let's see if I get pain. There's not that much pain. I can't fully bend it down anymore without a little pain. It'll probably go away at some point. But the best part is it's the same toe that I messed up in high school. So now it's double. So now it's double just fucked. I mean, there's been multiple people who have killed 6 people. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even gonna bring up the most recent one, but I will bring up the Hart brothers. What'd that say, though? So I'm not supposed to know. Maria just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. So wait, I'm not gonna know what those are. Okay, I'm gonna assume that they were swear words. But I tried to ask her to repeat it again. I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava had returned from their trip to see grandfather. Well, joke's on you, baby. You shouldn't have one. Yeah, it seems to be that. Limited, definitely. Because if I wasn't, I would know who stabbed them, because I would probably see it. Just use flares. Use smoke signals. Just start sending smoke signals. You can light a fire. Just then, Kumasawa arrived pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor. Hey, I know everybody just died, but bacon and eggs, a little B&E, Dane Cook reference. Oh, well, there's blood in the dining hall. That's probably where your husband got murdered, but let's not bring that up specifically.
Natsuki-san, それは後で話す。それよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや。ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても部屋から。
He wouldn't leave his room just for a meeting. You think he's gonna leave his room because people died? The room was empty.
なんやて？こんな時にどこ行ったんや。
What? Excuse me? See the face that I'm making. Character page updated. Natsuki looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. Alright, well, let me look at this character page then. Disappeared from his study unnoticed. Kinzo's study is everything from a bed to a toilet to a bathtub, so it is extremely rare for him to go outside. However, he does sometimes go out for a walk on a whim without telling anybody, which on several occasions has led to a huge uproar throughout the house. Usually he comes back as soon as he gets hungry. Usually. Okay. So, this means they're dead. This means they're missing because he's grayed out. And this means they're around. Good to know, good to know. I'm gonna check tips, just in case. Oh yeah, this is the letter. Okay, so the letter is here. Okay, so I have the letter. And this is all... Yeah, that's all the same. Okay, so I have the letter. Red means they're dead. Grayed out means they're missing. And color means that they're around. We know where they're at. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. He'll come back when he's hungry, apparently. He'll eat somewhere. He wanted to catch the killer himself. He probably saw Beatrice, jumped out the window, and died. He's outside right now, dead, in a crumpled heap, twitching. Yeah, like I said, he saw Beatrice, jumped out the window, and died. No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anybody, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So, some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Raukinjima. Ooh, ghost. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. And would also kill you. You would add to the death toll. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them churn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course no one made much progress. Then we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kairi-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet, we still couldn't contact the police since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, Grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show up a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goto-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There's more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, only on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd search for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Now I'm starting to suspect Kinzo is the one who did it, but not as much as Ava. She still has the most to gain, but Kinzo has second. For the sole fact that Kinzo hates his fucking children, apparently. He wants them dead. And then third can be Beatrice, but that's just because supernatural, there's no real evidence for that. It's just anything can happen because it's a witch. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. What we need to do is we need to find Cannon's wheelbarrow and start scraping it for blood. We need to start using some UV light, Gordon Ramsaying this thing with his Hotel Hell episodes, and just start knowing if there's blood.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。
Hey, I can help.
秀吉さんは申し訳ありませんが、ここで子供たちと一緒にいてください。南條先生も。
Yeah, that's what I want to try and do.
わかりました。
But so far, all evidence is really in the middle. And Natsuhi followed the servants, Genji-san, Kurosawa-san, and Cannon-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Najo, and the 4 of his children, a total of 7 people. Yeah, all evidence so far that I have for the 3 suspects are all in the middle. Ava, she has the most to gain. She left the meeting. She wasn't there. She could have done something. Because again, I don't know, because I know 6 people were going to die. Because that was the amount. But Natsuhi was one of them. So she had like a little charm. Number 2, Kinzo. Because he's simply not around. That's my evidence. So 1-1. And then number 3, Beatrice. Because there was something at Natsuhi's door that scratched that tried to get her, but the charm failed. And everybody else in the dining hall died. So again, it's 1-1-1. All the same evidence. Genji's little theory. My Genji theory's outside my theory crafting room, but I can still reach out, grab it, pick it up, set down cross-dressing Genji, and work on that as well while I'm busy doing this.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Probably some religious shit. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere. I like how I said religious shit was something good on a Sunday. I mean, if you were in America, football, depending on what time of day it is, what time it is in the day, football, but you aren't in America. Maybe baseball. You could watch baseball. There is a typhoon, but I mean, baseball is probably around Japan, so there probably isn't a typhoon somewhere. Who raises the kid now?
マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃあおじさんと一緒に見ような。
Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas.
兄貴、 聞いていいか？
Yeah, George.
さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話を
Oh, don't bring this up. This is some PTSD type shit for this man.
兄貴か？
George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response. If I'm gonna tell you right now, if some guy, if I entered a storehouse with a bunch of people and 6 people are dead, and one of them, a guy runs up and goes, "Hey, is that her? Did she have a ring on her finger?" If I heard that, I'm not asking him. I'm gonna assume, and then I'm just gonna leave it at that because I know that's some PTSD type shit. Badler's dumb. He's going to die now. In fact, I suspect he's going to get stabbed because of this.
よせよパトラ
Exactly.
少しは察しろよ
Yeah, just shut up. You really aren't good at reading the room. Exactly.
そうさ、僕だよ。彼女に
George, I'm gonna slap you. I just said you didn't have to answer, but then you're
指
answering.
輪を渡した。明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて返事としてくれって。気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon Chan's left hand.
私さ数年前から
I'm crying. I'm crying.
ジョージ兄さんのことでさ
なんて言ってたのかな。
シャノンは
I know exactly what Shannon was
ジョージ兄
asking.
さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ自分は
Yo, does George have a big penis or what? That's exactly what. Because I know for a fact Jessica has seen it. Because this whole family is freaks. I continue saying that.
なんつうのかそのまあ焼けたぜ
それが婚約指輪を渡されて、そこでおしまいかよ。
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ男から求婚されるってのはある意味人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ
Badler, drop down on your knees, propose to Jessica right now because you're a freak.
親のシャノンは心の底から
I know for a fact Badler wants something.
だから今までの中で
Wow.
一番幸せだったと思うさ
He probably doesn't at this point. This has probably turned him off of the perv. He's probably... George Aniki sighed deeply without raising his head. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. I guarantee you, Badler had a perv meter, and his head went, yeah, there's been a bunch of dead people, and it's a bunch of family members, so we're just gonna move this to 0. And we're just gonna get on with it. We're done with these kinds of jokes.
シャノンはゆうべゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。でもシャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがってお屋敷に行ってしまった。
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ
So effectively, you killed her, George.
どんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ
それでシャノンは当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き事件に巻き込まれてしまった。
George, you killed her. George killed her.
あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなければ
Everyone's gonna say, oh no, that wasn't your fault.
巻き込まれなかったんだ。
That wasn't your fault. I'm blaming him. Straight up. If I was in this situation, I'd put my hand on his shoulder. I'd go, yeah, you killed her, man. And then walk away. I'd leave the room. I'd just be at the beach. Waving like a boat down with some flares or sending smoke signals.
バトラ君そっとしてあげなさい
And After Ava said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who would even discuss that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Ava and sat down in the opposite
バ
sofa.
トラ君は強いわね。
You coming on to me?
もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
まあほら、愛の深さが傷の深さ。
How does that have to do with muscle?
俺は別にあんなクソ親父同志の方が知ったことじゃないし、キリエさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
あら。という割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
まあ育ての親に対する恩はあのくらい泣けば OK かと思いまして。
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、
She's been emotionally
すぐ
strong.
にケロリと
I
平
don't
静を取り
care.
戻したわ。
I'm gonna interpret it the way that I interpret it. And if I think she means strong
まだまだ心の職が
physically,
下り
I'm
ちゃい
gonna
ません。
assume strong
ただ
physically.
俺がみんなと違うのは、それによってどういう感情が生み出されるか。
That's the thing, is I like taking things out of context. I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different
悲
emotion.
しいっていうよりは腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。横っ面に一発を
It's the person you're talking to.
腹の虫が収まらねえんです。
That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees.
親父たちが殺されて以降、この島はつまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎はまだこの島の中にいるってことです。
そういうことになるわね。
Look, she's acting too calm.
どこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kairi-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists. 19th. I said 7th or 9th. There's 18 people on this damn island?
エヴァおばさん、この殺人、昨夜のベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連がある。
Oh, it has everything to do with it because Ava is the killer.
例のさあ、
That or Kenzo or actually Beatrice.
あの手紙はお父様が遺産問題
Or-
に絡みたくて出した
or a 19th person hiding out in the
兄弟は
forest.
一致したんだけれども、
So there's really 4
その手の
suspects.
事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女が
Probably not,
渡したんですかね。
but
まさか
more than likely,
お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。
maybe.
シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
昨べ、キリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど、キリエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
そんなの当然じゃない。この島には私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語るに
Among
決
us!
まってるじゃない。
Amongst
この
us!
島には俺たち
Ah!
い
Ah!
ですか。
Ah! It has started.
当然でしょ。私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの。この島には私たちしかいない。18人しかいない。ならベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
Kairi-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Let me make sure of the sound mixer of Chrome. Yeah, Chrome's 100%. And that audio is 100%. Okay. Except if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words,
19人目がいないなら親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。
and if we're establishing that,
今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
then it's you, Ava, and Ava smiled meaningfully. Looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning. It's either Ava or it's Kinzo himself. If we're going by that way. But I'm not. I'm also adding in the fact that Beatrice could exist and the fact that there could be a 19th person who is on the island.
よく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。わかる？
たまたまその日シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は。
Probably not.
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
I mean, they could have.
使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。さっき
Well, I mean, come on. I gotta make... Yeah, Beatrice could be the 19th person. Like I said, Beatrice is a witch. That's what we're going off of. That's what we have to go off of, is Beatrice is a witch, because that's the only way we know Beatrice. But also, I'm not denying that the 19th person is Beatrice. I'm saying that there could be a 19th person, but we don't know anything about them. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes off the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. But like I was saying, it could be either. We don't know anything about this 19th person other than the fact that they know about the witch story. That's it. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went to the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that... Well, it seems like right now I need to add a 5th member to the cause. Now, if you shall excuse me, I shall reach through the window, grab cross-dressing Genji, throw him back on the table, and stack 2. And finally stack a piece of evidence to Genji. So now there's 5 culprits. But in reality, Genji has 2. One, he was not accounted for when the letter was given to Maria, and the second clue is that he could easily tell what the key is, and he even unlocked it himself to take suspicion off of him. So Genji is moved to the top of the list as most suspicious man, most suspicious culprit. We have 5 culprits.
なんすか。
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装。
You're right, there could be multiple.
だってそうでしょ。 食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようとバラ庭園の向こう
There could be multiple, but I don't think so.
巧みな化粧と落書きを施して、
And if there is, it would have to be a pairing that would make sense. It made sense. Probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It makes sense that there could be two people, and if there is two people, Ava, your partner could be Hideyoshi. So Ava's still on the table. Genji's still on the table with Kinzo, along with Kinzo. Beatrice, for magical powers, the witch. Or the 19th person who could also be Beatrice, could have somebody else on the island. There could be a 20th person, for all we know. Because that 19th, 20th person could be somebody who's been on this island for a long time, watching what keys they took off to unlock things with. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved. My brain might explode from playing this. Well, not all of them.
静かになさいな。
Yeah, Shannon got killed because she wanted to get killed.
それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're on the culprit
今
list.
この部屋に
I'm not taking your
ま
advice.
ともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。つまり犯人にとって残る私たちを皆殺しにするなんて簡単なことなの。
Well, no, I'm not with you. I'd been playing detective with Aunt Ava, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. Look, Ava, I'm not with anybody. In fact, I can suspect Jessica if I wanted to. So don't tell me that I could fight with you. I'm letting you die, if only to look at the killer's face myself. I've been so sure that just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there is no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits, and cause them to commit another mass murder.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。
She's throwing me off the set, but I can smell you,
でも私は
and I know what you smell
まだ
like.
信用できないの。それに私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないの。さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
黒幕？どうしてですか？
勘よ。使用人
A feeling,
は字のごとし、誰かに使用されて手足となる存在よ。殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかり。なの。その結果で利害が発生する人間が
You? Kinzo? This was also plain and clear. The Ushiro-Miya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiro-Miya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. So you know what? We're eliminating one of the suspects of Genji because there is nothing he stands to gain from murdering these people. Beatrice, the witch, Beatrice, who might be a witch, might not be. It's her game. It's the game. So, there's what you stand to gain. The outside person could be just somebody that the Ushiromiya family robbed. Kenzo, because he's tired of you fucking children trying to take my damn money. And Ava, because she wants to be the head of the household. So why not kill a few of the heads so you're the last Ushiromiya remaining who's adult enough to take over when Kenzo dies. We have motives for two people. Which means they're at the top. And Ava had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they use different reasoning to get there. I do not. Because there's only two servants. Kanon and Genji. And that means Kenzo has to be the mastermind. Because Kanon and Genji are the only two who serve him. It wouldn't be Goda and it wouldn't be Shannon, because those two are fucking dead. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved. Henceforth, Kenzo, Genji. So you know what? Kenzo is starting to get to the top of this list very fast. But again, this is all theories. This isn't a straight evidence. This isn't evidence. This is a theory. I need straight proof. I need straight proof that I need to look at all the individual keys and see if you can't tell what they are from looking at them. I don't like it because you're a victim, suspect. A Vicpect. I tried to dodge your question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I'd learned from Kairi-san, this was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? Because then, oh my god, huge counter thing, reverse psychology. What are you thinking now? That they couldn't do it because the bodies were hidden in a place connected to them. But I'm busting out a notebook for this, baby. And a pen. But looking at my notes here, that could be exactly what they did, because that throws you off the scent. Off the proverbial scent. The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. I'm busting out a notebook now. I'm going full detective mode now, baby. So let's see. What evidence do I have? The key was similar to all other keys. Well, I can only think it's two different people. Because I want to form who I think did this. So let's see. So let me write down some evidence. So let's see. Key similar to all other keys. I saw someone had a whiteboard full of notes from Umineko episode 1 pointing out all the potential clues and evidences. It seems awesome. It was awesome. Well, just so you know, I actually have a notebook I'm writing in right now. It's a small notebook. It's one of the pocket-sized ones that I use for, that's just filled with a bunch of notes involving YouTube, which may or may not eventually, if I become famous, worth something. So let's see, keys similar to all other keys. Ties into ritual of some sort. Ties into... Man, if only I could have a whiteboard. I'm kind of in a place where there's no real way for me to have a whiteboard other than just holding it and writing it. So let's see. Tied into ritual. Keeping notes will actually help you solve the mystery cut a bit. I kept a physical note of the epitaph. Helped me with certain parts of the puzzle. Well, I have a mystical button called Z to help me go to the epitaph. So I can look at that at any time. Yeah. Which is very nice. That's very nice. Key similar to all other keys, tied into ritual. Genji unaccounted for when Beatrice showed up. When the letter was handed over. I'm gonna write that down. Genji unaccounted for. And hopefully I understand what that means. What else? Eva Kinzo have motives. I'm a Scooby-Doo this. I'm a Scooby-Doo this shit. Keys similar to all other keys. Potential multiple culprits. Potential of multiple culprits. Because I'm not gonna write down who I think it is without good evidence. Bodies in storehouse. That should be obvious. Bodies in storehouse. Faces ripped off. Kinzo is missing. That's actually important. Kinzo missing. Blood where eat. Blood where eat. What else is there? I have the tie to the ritual. Most? Well, some of them technically weren't. All were in main house. Hold up. Granted. Okay, I'm going to assume something, but I'm not going to write it down because I don't have evidence that all the kids were asleep at that time. Along with Genji and Kanon actually still being in the guest house at that time, because they still could have done it. Oh, we're in main house. Natsuhi. I'm gonna write down claw marks at Natsuhi's door. Which in turn means that she could have potentially been saved by charm. Saved by charm, question mark. That is something we need to figure out. If she was saved by the charm. Because something was out that door. Now, if only to scare her, we don't know. But that's what we need to figure out. I'm gonna add a little addendum. Put main suspects next to Eva Kinzo have motives. And these are all the clues I can account for at the moment that seem important to me. Aha! I have another clue. I need to know his name. Rudolph. Yes. Rudolph knew he would get killed. He knew that he would die. Because he did mention that to Badler. Now, if I think of anything else, I'll write it down. But we're gonna continue for now. What if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? Exactly what I said. There's another case of the writing. No, that's completely impossible. It's not, but when the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I heard recently called Higurashi no Nako Koroni. Excuse me, sir. Umineko no Naku Koroni. Okay. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Higurashi is in the same universe. So does that mean the events happen in the universe, or it's just a story in the same universe? Because judging from this, it's just a story. Right now, we don't know where Grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim, or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is a perfect place to spin the chessboard around. If I'm becoming a detective, I may need to bring down Detective Pikachu. Potentially. He can help me with advice. But at the moment, there's nothing for me to piece together. I have a bunch of clues, but nothing that really fits. Except the claw marks and being saved by the charm. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. I'm going to write something else down. I should write kids NK/G in guest house. So I know that at some point, the 4 kids and Kanan and Genji were in the guest house, not in the main house. I'm gonna put all parents and victims were in main house. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us, is it? Bodies put on display, which is true. Meant to be found. Each one of the It's now starting to seem like the 19th person is a reality. Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Cross's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kairi-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow. Koda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon-chan's death brought grief both to George Aniki and opposed to her and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. However, Ava-san, or Ava, is the only person who is not affected by these deaths. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. Exactly why they are suspects. Even Aunt Ava, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from her perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Ava's name rises to the top of the list. Oh, do you? Because I know what you're thinking. And I know what I'm thinking. And I know what I think you're thinking, I think you're thinking.
What? やだな。内緒にしててくださいよ。あんなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。
Exactly.
どうせ疑われるだろうから、先に自己申告しておくわ。
What issue? I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。
Yes, so guess what? Now you get fucking all of it.
でも今や4兄弟は私一人。後ろ宮家の全財産は全て私のものになるの。
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら予算か言えばシャレにならんっていうところっすね。
ごめんね。どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうからふざけただけ。
You could say where you were.
だからこの殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思って。
And you could also be trying to throw suspicion away from yourself.
夕べのアリバイは弱い。
What is your alibi?
聞かせてもらってもいいですか？夕べのことを。
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いち
To
ぎり合う
midnight,
かと
apparently.
いう話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。
Tell me what happened
でも
after
何時まで
midnight.
続いたかは知らない。
Uncle
私た
Hideyoshi
ちの
says
朝が
midnight.
早かったからね。
So you went to bed
もう
immediately.
眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
You went back to the guest house, you say?
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか？いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
So you claim that you went back to the guest house. Can we get Genji and Cannon in here to confirm that somebody entered the guest house after us? Because if he can confirm that they were in the guest house at that point in time, then that would move suspicion away from Aunt Ava and move it on to, more likely than not, Kinzo, who would be in the house the whole time. Ava? Alibi equals went to guest house. Like I said, can we get Cannon and Genji in here because they were supposedly in the guest house?
あら、どうだか。
I'm sure about what I need.
そうなるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきたとき、源氏さんに出迎えを
Says they saw
受けて
Genji.
どうかと聞かれたわ。だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。もっとも、私の仮説通り、使用人たちもグルなのだとしたら、こんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
But I mean, that proves you were there. Seen by Genji.
確かにそうっすね。ってことは、俺、今、真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
I don't think the servants were involved if you were involved.
確かにそうっすね。
I would think your husband would be involved, not
そ
the
れは常に殺
servants.
人に見せるべきではない。
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルー
Are you? You seem to be the same.
警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Ava as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, the motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they? We need to speak to Genji. Ava didn't want to talk anymore than that. So I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George, Aniki, and the others gathered talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape and the margins of Maria's notebook. I see, since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she would understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。
I know exactly what it looked like.
十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれてい
I
た。
can hand it to you.
そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、 十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。うん、図形的には間違いなくこれや。細かい文字はわからんが配列はほぼ同じや。
Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. It sure is unsettling.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。
But that is only speculation. Not good enough to be put into writing of evidence, my good lady. For I am now the modern day Sherlock Holmes.
まったく、どこに行っちまったんだ。とっ捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the cult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. And the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい？
Potentially, he saw the symbol and it was leading him to a place that he needed to go to. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing had been drawn when the shutter closed around her mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
Kinda, yeah. There is a little German cross in that.
ああ、確かにこんなデザイン。
It does have that kind of design.
どこぞの国と
Probably
何か関係
not.
があるんか？
その
Hideyoshi.
国の十字章はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章だったそうですな。
Maybe it does.
つまり、この魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. Why is it so zoomed in? Okay, Maria. You might have to get exercised and then nailed to a cross Jesus style right now. And I'm sorry, that was blasphemy on my end, God, so don't send me to hell. But my God. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. We're not even, this is still the first episode, and this is giving, like, this is freaking me out a little bit. That eerie, jarring laugh as something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. You can't just freak me out like this just now and then play my favorite song. I'm scared dancing now. I feel like I have to look around and make sure there's nothing behind me. I feel like I just got cursed. Shit. Can this get off my screen? While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off, but her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. So, when this song comes on, there's not going to be anything going on while I listen to that part of that song. Cause I'm busy acting like I'm playing piano on this shit. Okay, that's evidence. That's evidence. Hold on. Symbol is 7th circle of sun. Has Hebrew characters. Flip to the next page of my notebook. Why ain't this song on Spotify? This pisses me off that I cannot listen to this without, like, downloading it or something. Shit, this song is good. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hands. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle, right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn. I type in fishy aroma and I can't find it. I'll look up on Spotify right now, fishy aroma. It just has a, then I'll look up right now. Hold on. I'll look this up right now. There's a way for me to get the Japanese on this. I go to SoundCloud. I copy some text. Copy. Then I'll go to Spotify. You're gonna have to link it to me, because I don't know what the Japanese title would be. Or at least... Here, I'll type in... Hold on. Because the thing is, when I look up... I need this song in my life on Spotify.
じゃないかな。
そんな図形だった。
マリア、
Maria's on a different level.
さすが詳しいぜ。
I'm gonna be honest. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe I should confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters on the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nacho saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちなんだ。
It's the Avatar! He's back! The Avatar is back!
カサン、アレル、タリアハド、そしてフォルラク。
I sent you the link. You can go to the artist page. Check out a lot of different artists. All right, I'm gonna look, and I'm looking now. And if it's one that I passed, so wait. Make sure my audio is turned down on my phone. That's probably why I couldn't find it, because I was looking at an actual soundtrack. Not something that's like Ogon Syndrome. Okay, I'm gonna hit save on the one that is, no lyrics. Because this is the best song so far, in my opinion.
そして斜め四方にはアリエル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ。合ってる？
Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. This song better end soon, because I'm not going to be able to get to this first episode tonight. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nacho nodded over and over again.
間違いない。そうや。確かにこんな文字が書かれとった。
I would just tell her I have no idea.
なんでこんなん書けるんや。
あと演習文に文字が書かれておりましたな。
わかってるよ。こうでしょ。
Maria quickly began to surround the circumferences with more Hebrew writing.
旧約聖書の詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ。
Okay, notice how, when it's not a cult, she's going, I want to watch TV. When it's about the occult, yeah, this is from the Psalm in the Old Testament of the 16th and 17th verses of the Psalm. This is Hebrew of the ancient language.
聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
Yeah, you religious sons of bitches, you read the Bible? Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。それで、この魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい？
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる力を授けられる。束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる。
Let me write this down. Try to gain power of sun. Interesting.
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命か。これまた意味深だな。
しかしさっぱりわからん。
Trust me, I don't understand either.
どんな関係があるっちゅうんや。束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんや
Don't
で。
forget about the faces.
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。魔法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょう。お気の毒だよ。
どういう意味だい？
Is she Beatrice?
魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
Maria lifted up her pointer finger and wiggled it as if she was making fun of us.
演習部に書いてるよ。読めないかな。詩編第116編16節と17節。読んであげるよ。主は私の枷を解かれました。私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、
Thanksgiving!
主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。ね。
They're sacrificing turkeys out here.
って何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
生贄だってのか。
If what Maria just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. Sacrifices were a thing that we knew would happen. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing, and we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or courses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with the feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch Beatrice that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあバトラ、どうして悪魔だのオカルトだのってのをわざわざこうして映画にすると思う？ねえからだよ。そんな滑稽なもんは
I mean, they can. People do that occult shit. But you can't just go down the street and find them unless you live in, like, unless you are an occult member.
悪魔やら妖怪やらより今年度の収支報告や機嫌を悪くした女房の方が1億倍も怖えってもんだぜ。さらに言うぜ。俺に言わせりゃな、怖がるってのは心と生活にゆとりのある連中の娯楽的感情なのさ。暇でしょうがないから。連中は変わった感情で心を遊ばせたくて。
It's a good culture. Favorite genre of games? Horror genre. I love scary games. Seriously, why I've been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The humans who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kairi-san.
チェスや将棋ってね、終盤の終盤、詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。だから自分が追い詰めている、あるいは追い詰められているというその時、両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。でも守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。そういう時はね、チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
Her famous catchphrase, with all my strength I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything and you're completely cornered just like I am now, isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? Here we go! Spinning! He set the line for the 80th time! While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. I should write down island cut off by typhoon. I should probably write that. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse. There was even kind enough to say, here they are, with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim, and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the corporate's goal would not have been achieved, would it? Yeah, if you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death. So it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. Ha! After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who just danced that tune? If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells a great Ushiromiya battler, the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. The next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfathers, had recognized, that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all of that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect Grandfather. Did they want to make us think Grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. Oh, I had no fucking idea. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter. But did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No, was it a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought. Some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled ooh ooh and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. Don't look at me like that, Jessica. I still think it's Ava. I like how it showed Badler, too. Right now, Aunt Nazi is searching the mansion with the servants, right? That we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, there is also the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was behind this, and we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once?
驚かせてしまいましたね。
Okay, ma'am, I feel like I need to start explaining things as the detective you hired, because I was the 19th member of your whole shebang. If you shoot me with that shotgun, you are going to jail. Don't try it. For I have the high ground.
万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
After all, that thing in Aunt Nazi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. Looks more like a shotgun to me. A pump action, but it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy.
それは金蔵さんの銃ですが。
ご存知でしたか？そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
ひゅー、すっげえ。夏日おばさん、それ本物？
Yeah, you wanna find out? Bam!
本物です。実弾を発砲できますよ。昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。あら懐かしい。どこから出てきたんやら。私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
じいさまこんなの持ってたんですか？知らなかったですよ。
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね。あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
Was it a Smith and Wesson? Oh, never mind, it's a Winchester. The other one.
短い使用のは初めて見ました。
ああ、思い出したわ、その銃。懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画の
Steve McQueen!
派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。
Fantastic name. Peak name.
渋いな。
親方様がだいぶ昔にアメリカより特別にお届け
America.
ご覧の通り実銃ですのでどうか
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとかっこつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。しかし物騒ね。そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。万が一に備えてです。賊はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
And as Natsuhi-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She'd been trying to find grandfather as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。ですが万が一ということもあります。みんななるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。そうね。
I want to investigate, okay? I'm sorry, I'm gonna go investigate. It's my damn job. She kinda is. Like, it may sound like she's being a bitch, but there's a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who's the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. She may say it like a bitch, but she doesn't mean it like a bitch. However, there's no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of grandfather's complicated pranks and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner with the letter from that witch who called herself Beatrice. So, was the culprit among us or not? I'm stupid, and I forgot that this was also through desktop audio. So I just listened to that twice. Good bits, good bits. And did the witch Beatrice exist or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist. Hey, I know somebody whose mom is apparently a witch, okay? And I feel like that's bullshit anyway, because I have no evidence that she is or not. You're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices. If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. The people who watch this YouTube video are really going to hate my guts at this point. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Oh yeah, Sean. Stone Cold is back once again. We're on chapter... What? I don't understand what chapter we're on anymore. We're on the last chapter, I believe. Lunch ended, and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. Hell yeah. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. When it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the three servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。
Why? Because you're the killer?
私は結構。カノンは
僕も結構です。
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the whole kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered,
どうしてあんなひどい死に方を。
because she was in the mansion.
死に方のことは忘れなさい。ただ運がなかっただけだ。
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて。
Oh, more talk.
まだに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。
So, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about something. Does Umineko only have 8 episodes? Because that's how much I think is listed on the episode list.
生贄が欲しかったなら他にも。
Because I saw somewhere else that there were like, yeah, there are only 8.
どうして。
I saw somewhere that there was like 12 for some
運
reason.
が悪かっただけだ。少し
I must have read something.
シャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは
But they are
私だった
quite
のか
long,
も
yeah.
しれないし。
I mean, it's taken me 3 episodes to get through episode 1, so
他の
I can
誰か
tell they're
だったのか
long.
もしれない。全ては運命だ。
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャ
Yes.
ッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
Oh, was it the same substance?
君の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを
They were
引き
scratching
抜こ
on
うと
it.
するかのような。いや、扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな君の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を落とし
So
て、
they believe in
そ
Beatrice.
して扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかったということでしょうか。
Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but
どう
couldn't
して奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。
because of the
もし
charm.
奥様が選ばれてたならシャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も
What the fuck am I doing in here? Before any of the servants realized it, Badler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトル様、これは失礼いたしました。
Genji-san and Kanen-kun stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら 面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。
I did. It sounds like,
頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。
it sounds like you
今
didn't
の
kill
話
any
の
of
続
them.
きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
I know you didn't really mean it.
話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。
I know you didn't mean it.
だから担当直入に聞くさ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Canon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious they didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, he grabbed the collar of his shirt.
ゆうべまでなら俺は無関係さ。
Oh, I'm about to smack a kid.
今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話。
I dropped my pen. Hold on, before you do a story, I need my pen to write. I glared into Can's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、
I'm about to beat up Cannon if you don't tell me what's going on, old lady!
手を離してやってくださいな。
I'm telling you right now.
別にカノンさんは
I'm telling you right now.
隠していることはないのです。
He's about to get
じゃあ
a swirly.
いいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding
お
it.
話しすることはできます。ただバトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので。
I don't care. Tell me, or he gets it!
なんて男らしくねえぜ。内緒にされる方が
Just like Beatrice,
気持ち悪いさ。
or the culprit, whoever it is, I'm not afraid to kill.
どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
Genji-san and Kanu-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
ああ。じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。
Yeah, who's Beatrice?
俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんでばあさまあたりが作り出した脅し話だって。
Tell me about this Beatrice.
違うのか。
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様はロッケン島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
How do you know? You've seen this witch.
にわかには信じられないでしょう。ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
Does she now?
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした。
How does Canon know
実
then?
在する方なのです。
I get why you would know.
はあ。よせやいよせやい。じいさまの受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか。
I laughed like it was a joke. Neither Genji-san nor Canon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa Bachan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered, and she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまりベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
Well, people named Beatrice exist. The witch.
この島にお屋敷を構える以前から
She works for Kinzo.
している方で
That's what you're telling me.
おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
See,
なんてこった。
Genji, I'm sure you don't understand this, but with me and Badler, it's not good cop, bad cop. It's bad cop, bad cop. We'll both kick your ass on the spot right now.
はい。いらっしゃっていると思います。
We'll both jump your ass.
ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい。大変申し上げがたいのですが、
Kanekun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。
Yeah, don't just stop
み
there.
たいで気持ち悪いぜ。
Urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Cannon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Servants say which is real. Then Kumasawa Bachan whispered, "You got something to say, old lady?"
お姿がありませんから。
お姿がなんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですから、ベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら叶いません。
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵が、
But she has to have a form. Because you can't say that she exists if you haven't seen her.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。
Just like what Shannon saw.
お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があると囁かれています。
Just like Shannon.
大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
おいおい、マジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
There has been a confirmed butterfly sighting.
すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉はよろしく。
I don't care. Bad cop, bad cop. Get your old ass on.
ご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。
Oh, she does it? Well, Beatrice is a bitch. How about that one? I profane her every time I mention her name. She doesn't. She doesn't. I'm doubting it. Let her hate me, cause I will strike her down.
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しになっております。
I will strike her down with the force of 1,000 moons, for I will block out the sun. However, there's no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast. Lady, you too can get your old ass on. Bump that. Kumasawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Battler, don't you start believing her. She doesn't. Show me proof. I need to see this butterfly for myself. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance, but her expression and the feeling about her, her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. Excuse me? What? I'm gonna tell you right now, Maria, I don't believe in no wavelength matching at birth. This is some Gwyneth Paltrow goop type shit. This is blocking your chakras. This is magic stone bullshit. And I don't stand for that. So get your little kid, tiara having ass on. Go enjoy your television shows in Hebrew. And I'll go solve this mystery because you ain't doing nothing. I'm a scientist. A self-certified scientist. I do not believe in no hocus pocus.
バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。
Yeah, and you were born with a mismatched brain piece.
だから見えない。会えない。
Okay, wait, you can see her. You can see her.
ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't
ベ
understand.
アトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
Oh, is she
あらゆる
now?
悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？あれは本当なんだよ。ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど、六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
Sixth sense isn't real.
なんだよそれ。魔女
People can't see ghosts.
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
I barely believe in ghosts myself. I've just seen some weird shit I can't explain. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。
I'm gonna tell you this one more time, okay?
昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
Who is she?
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな。
You
わ
on
かんないよね。
meds?
見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
Do I need to know about a mental condition you got? Just that Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェがいるの。
She
いる
doesn't.
って。どこにさ？
Show me where
だから
she
ベアトリー
is.
チェがここに
Show
い
me
るの。
her. Let me see her. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servant's eyes haven't been pointing in quite the right direction. I figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanen-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I looked over my shoulder, too. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。
And I call bullshit. There's a 19th person. That has been my theory from the start. I may have switched it up and said a few things, but I have firmly believed in the 19th person theory this whole time. Until I get proof otherwise,
波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし、
I can't do anything. Show me
だから
Beatrice.
ね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
Then make her see me. Take a picture.
昨日
Do
私にお守りをもら
something.
っていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら、今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。
Charm schmarm. I threw that shit away. I ate the scorpion. That's a delicacy. Where I come from, that's a delicacy.
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益
There's no way it had any power. I was in the guest house.
それがなかったら
If Beatrice existed, she wasn't even there.
この中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
Maria, I swear to God.
幸運だっ
I liked you at first. You're getting your shit kicked in by me in 5 minutes.
そうか。あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？
Because she's not real.
いるのに
She doesn't
そこに
exist. Okay. I'm
信
looking.
じる気になったでしょ？信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中
She gonna get her shit kicked
代わ
in.
りに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、ああ全然ダメだ。
When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから、俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ。俺、ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ。どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。
Get pranked!
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのは、お守りのおかげでもねえし。なら魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに。
Seems to be a issue with your theorem.
悪いが、俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。第六感？波長？魔法のセンス？悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。
Me and Badler? Same wavelength, if that shit even existed.
あんたらがいくらじい様に給料もらってるか知らねえが、俺を妙な宗教に勧誘しようったってそう簡単にはいかねえってことはよく
You have to show me Beatrice herself.
バトラ様。
You know what? I'm gonna say something I should have said from the very beginning. Fuck Beatrice.
俺が自分で決める。悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
Damn straight. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじき蘇るんだよ、ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ、もうじきね。
Then tell me when and where, and I'll be there on time. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Natsuhi reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own, or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air trying to act tough, they'd quickly get scared of standing there isolated. I would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. that first bit of that line, if you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. A lot like lockdown, huh? People really do like not doing what they're told. When the servants finish cleaning up from the meal, if something is referenced, it's definitely important. What, the north wind and the sun? What, I'm not writing that down. I don't know what that is. And I want to keep it that way. If I'm uncultured, I'm uncultured. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, "Ooh, ooh." What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person I called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria.
確かに
What, you read my thoughts, George?
マリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。サソリのキーホルダーの時か。いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。まるでその二重人格みたいな感じ。
I'm telling you, she got some brain thing.
たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
Apparently, Jessica spotted that Maria a few times. Just happened to catch it at a bad moment. Was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time.
あれってのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何かなのか？それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃、自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is to start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. I don't think I ever had a rebellious stage. I just found the shit that I'm interested in, and that's it. I didn't care if I was like other people. I was like, all right, well, I'm interested in this. If you're interested in this too, that's cool, but I don't care. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex.
成長期の根底には子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
年齢？それとも体格？
違うよ。経験だよ。大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長しゃぶりたくなるよな。大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。確かに年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期にかつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。 他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティ。
So does Maria have like multiple personality disorder or what? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking your life age. I'm not asking about your life or what happened.
バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却、つまり成長期ってわけか。
健全な意味での成長期は、そうして没個性を脱却するために人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Okay, that last really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school.
でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を
What?
飛んでやりたいとか。
I feel like I'm missing something now. I'm like not paying attention or some shit. Because why'd he just bring up a teacher that slapped him? You know what? Don't answer that. That was rhetorical.
マラソンで全力疾走とかそういう気持ちはあったな。勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。うん、なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな俺。
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ？
あったあった。人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、やっぱりクスクスとか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとってそれはアイデンティティを確立しやすくてかつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに、女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
うん。つまりマリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもない。
Yeah, but this is more than that. She's got like two personalities going on. If we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Nah, she's got like that mental thing. She got MPS or MPD, multiple personality disorder. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。だからそれを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか、封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか、いろいろあるな。どういうわけか、あの時期はそういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ。どうしてだ？
今挙げたキーワードはすべて子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
So you can brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ
Man, I take pride in knowing that I researched 2 serial killers called the Hart brothers, who are actually cousins, not brothers, but that's something else for something else.
その願望の姿が別人
Oh, and a torture method known as the Blood Eagle used in Viking
バトラ君
times.
だって家と学校では
And the skateboard lizard man. Again, other things for other things.
家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だ。
I guess I was my true self all the time because at school I was the same as I am here at my house.
人格の多重化は
So I'm just me.
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。男子にもいるだろ。キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが。あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど見てて痛いよな。
つまりおさらいするとだ。マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格のようなものを見せても
I'm gonna say this right now. There's some moments where I can just sense that there's a bug in the room that I'm at or somewhere around. I'm having a slight sense of that. I guess that would be my sixth sense. But that could be just because I looked at a dead spider just now. It's strange. I've only seen one bug down here and it's June. Usually they start coming out way earlier than that.
それほど珍しいものじゃないと言いたいのか
I haven't seen a house centipede, which is even more scary, because those freak me the fuck out.
それをバカにしたりするとかえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。だからほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。
Well, he wasn't going to be.
上がってそうな貫禄さ。じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな。
知ってたぜ。ここだけの話、ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。気持ち悪いし、クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり、魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると必ずビンタしてたぜ。だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I found that very disturbing. But after being lectured by George Aniki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how during what we called battle practice, we would chant, EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanen-kun, and Kumawasa? That is a typo. And Kumawasa-bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Ava's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsu's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion, so she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person, but according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
Jessica. ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが、この屋敷じゃ違うのか？
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために。
So I think it was a 19th person.
そうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
おじい様が
I'm gonna write a note. I think it was a 19th person, but I don't think it's Beatrice. I'm writing down certain people can see Beatrice. Just to make sure.
おじい様と喧嘩がしたいわけもないから表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ。
Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. Looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。でも表向きはその存在を認めてる。ほら、神様の存在を認めるようなそんな雰囲気だよ。実際にはいないことを知っててもそれを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
Unlike me, I'm agnostic. I believe that there could be a God, but I'm gonna choose to believe in the Christian God, if there is one. But there's no scientific proof that there is, so I'm not gonna outright just be like, yeah, God exists. I'm gonna be like, well, God could exist. God or gods could exist. I'm going to believe the one that I want to. She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then. I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとささやき合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に 聞いたことがあります。
That's right. She definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I'd been told just now.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
I'm pretty sure I've told you this before, Shannon. I don't respect her.
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在はお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era. I'm gonna make sure. So I know Inari is, I believe, a fox god. But I don't know Kitsune that much. Is the Shinto god of foxes. Yeah, fox god. Agriculture, fertility, rice, tea, and sake. So the most revered and major of the Shinto gods. Inari is depicted differently by time and place and may be male, female, even plurality of gods. Over a third of Japan's Shinto shrines are dedicated to Inari and feature torii and statues of kitsune. Kitsune are white foxes that are Inari's benevolent messengers. They can be malicious and bring about grave disasters. So when I see fox masks, like white fox masks, that's kitsune. Okay. So yeah, I knew Inari. I didn't know that was kitsune though. So that's good to know. People are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You can also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Well, I guess I'm going to hell then. See ya, folks. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまりこの島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起こればそれはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか。シャノンちゃんが言ってた気がするな。ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか、消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。んで、確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよな。
よく覚えてるな。普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。ま、そんなくったらない話さ。
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。それだけになれば多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。
Well, then Ireland must be filled with ghosts, because there's a lot of old shit there that I've seen. Like straight up dead body type tomb shit, like graves.
この島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。人間にはできないこと。人間は何人だ ?18 人だ。つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。気に入らねえぜ。全然気に入らねえ。
気に入らないって何がだよ。
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
ああ、だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったろ。深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたりあるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたりどいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ。内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
まあね。
つまり不可視の19人
But
目が実在
that's
した
why
最初の事件
I
は自分
don't
のアピール
think it's an inside job. There's a 19th person, and the person knew that the alibis would be shoddy.
不可視の19人目をアピールするためには死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。だから全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。
But it's also true that the 19th person did want their crime to be found.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白にもかかわらずマリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り誰もが自分でないと否定している。
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいるとこう言いたいのかよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。まだおふくろの屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
ああ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると認めさせようとしている。そうさ、昨べのあの手紙からもう事件は始まっていたんだ。証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
ぶっ飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
Oh wait, hold on.
でも
Chessboard.
できない
Time to
着眼
spin.
点もある19人目がいるかいないかは別にしてもその犯人は
Whenever he mentions the chessboard spun around, I'm gonna spin around in my
何か
chair.
を仕掛けてきた。
So if I miss something, that's totally my fault.
今バトラ君の話を聞いていて少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してた。
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that.
でも無視
I didn't mean to. My pen flew out and hit my keyboard.
気持ち悪いことって
覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。そして利子とは後宮家のすべてだと言った。
Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous night.
言ってたぜ。確かに言ってた。そして利子の回収をこれから行うが黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
おじい様は黄金を授かり後宮家を再興した。つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。つまり
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか後宮家のすべて つまりじいさまが生み出したものすべてってことは、じいさまから血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、この殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。
That means none of us are safe. Only Natsuhi,
この事件はまだ
Hideyoshi,
利子の回収が
Nanjo,
まだ
the
途中なんだからね。
servants. Well, servants wouldn't be safe. George turned around looking over the parlor. There's still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. And because Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the Ushiromiya name.
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。
I don't think they're planning to kill all of us. The thing, the little riddle, does not mention all of us dying. It only mentions like 8 at most, or at minimum.
でもおかしいよ、ジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？他に大勢殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
特別条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、利子の権利は失われる。そして手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。おじいさまの黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
ジーザス、ようやく
Bless
メッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちにじいさまのあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがれと言ってるわけだ。しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん利子の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there. But not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that makes us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness, and then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find the weak point first, then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. Interessante. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かにそう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや。その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
おお、ベアトリーチェはいる。おお。
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. There is. Trust me, we saw it.
ですが、その存在を妄信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てで、それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機はなるほどとうなずけるものがあります。 しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
道理ですな。謎を解かせるなら金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
そうね。それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
確かにその通りや。
I think I know where Kinzo's at. He's trying to solve the riddle, even though he wrote it. Or maybe he didn't write
金
it.
蔵さんをよく知る方なら、金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。それら全てに打ち勝ってきたからこそ今日の繁栄があるのです。
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
はい。
ならこういう発想はどうだ？いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards towards the truth.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。じゃあさ、これはつまり
Where's Kinzo?
じい様に当てたメッセージ。
Where's Kinzo? And was that a message for him? Yes. In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit had already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
そんな、まさかそんな。面白い話じゃない。
Ava does not... I'm sorry, but you seem suspicious still. But I'm going to hold on to the belief that it is a 19th person, but you're suspect number 2.
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます。
Natsuhi glared at her, but Aunt Ava just smiled calmly.
おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。それを思えばバトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
ジョージは黙ってなさい。そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら。
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
多分私でしょう。今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました。そういえば書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。源氏、これは返しておきます。
And Natsuhi pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, and Ava giggled.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
何のお話でしょうか。
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない。
Again, he could have just went out the window.
その定義の確認をしたいの。お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。
Window. Another entrance.
他に出入り口は？
ありません。中に入るには入り口しかありません。
間違いなくね。秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。お父様が不在である以上、後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
And Natsuki looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. Couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。隠し扉があると仮定されたら私の話は全て水の泡。
Aunt Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん、何の話？
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。どうなの？源氏さん、カノン君、そして熊沢さん、隠し扉はあるの？ないの？
I would like to know this too, for the record.
改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。知らないとは言わせないわよ。
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
間違いなく片翼のわしを許されたカノン君。
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
熊沢さんはい
え、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
結構。じゃあいい？話を始めるわよ。とってもシンプルな話なの。
Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは夏日姉さんよね。
Oh, no shit. She literally just said that.
詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。
Okay, and...
姉さん、覚えてる？
Oh my god, we're back!
あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
Fishy aroma!
ええ、覚えています。それが何だというのですか？
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
All I'm noticing is this funky music.
ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。それが何か？
そのレシートは私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
And Ava pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
あの時に買った飴のレシート。でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently understood what Aunt Ava was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。何かを予見してたとか、 ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとかそんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。実はね、そのレシート、姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきてそこで私と会ったでしょ。その時書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
ってことはどういうことですか？つまり夏日おばさんが
The rain got louder.
誰もドアを開けていない。
ちょっと待ってよエヴァおばさん。レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。小さまが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what this all meant. But she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother.
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確には分かんないんじゃない？私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
夏日さんの部屋の扉？
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で。
なんやその話。なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
申し訳ありません。あの後立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失明していました。
知らないわよそんなの。私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくてお父様の部屋の扉の話よ。姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。扉を使わずどうやってお父様は外に出たのか。
Well, then where is he? That's the thing, is he's not there.
そんなことは知りません。
It doesn't matter if you don't know, he's just not there.
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や。
昨べ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですが、夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか。
私です。昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
はい、僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。だがな、夏日姉さん、不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうや
Again,
ないか。
where did he go then? He's missing. He's not anywhere.
お父さんに会って話を
You
した
cannot start blaming people that they did something if you don't have the evidence that he's even around.
契約になったのかわかりません。どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
父さんと母さんは夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい。
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。
She didn't lie. I know she met him.
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Ava and Aunt Nazi confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on?
複数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。でも今朝以降お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。さあこの点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら。
Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for the answer Aunt Ava probably wants, we'll find that Aunt Natsuhi lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. I gotta add something to my notes. No one left through the only entrance. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's?
わけわかんねえぜ。なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん、お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
But this isn't okay.
なんだそりゃ。
But this is real life, technically.
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。となれば必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる。その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば、夏日姉さんはアリバイ
Again, where is his body then? Show me that he's gone from the room and show me that Natsuhi took him from the room. You bumped into her. This morning when Aunt Natsuhi confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied. He was already dead at that time. And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi even just by staying with the rest of us. Like, she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying? You realize you're accusing the person with the rifle, right? She could shoot you. She could literally kill you right now. You're not being smart.
死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたって、そんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ。古典の世界だったらともかく、現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。おかしいぜ。
そうかしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て、死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。しかも困ったことに、警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんて、ジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。ねえ、南條先生。
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。古典のトリックとちゃう、十分に通用するトリックなんや。夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
何の潔白を示せというのですか。今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。そして心の中に片行くのわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて、あのお言葉をも否定するというのですか。それだけは断じて許せません。お父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは断じて許せません。
あるいはお父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Oh shit, here's the gun. Here's the gun. She's gonna shoot. She's got a gun.
この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
何？その銃で私を撃つの？
Oh my god. It's the battle of wits. It's the battle. The smile versus the gun. Shoot this son of a bitch! Shoot her! Jurassic Park harass! It wasn't like Aunt Natsuhi had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on by Aunt Ava, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her.
どうかお気をお静めください。
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
This song does go kind of hard.
確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのになんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
それもそうです。夏日さんは嘘をついていない。それだけのことじゃありませんか。
だから説明してほしいのよ。お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。扉も同じよ。今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら、夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の
He just did. Magic! Occult, as we're so often thinking in this scenario.
姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっぱりなっちゃうものね。
I hate Ava. I hate her. I despise her. She's a POS.
今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。そうしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
そんなこと説明もできませんし不要です。
そう。なら私が説明してあげるわよ。私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。姉さんの言う今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。ここまでは依存ないわよね。
あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。
私の推理はこうよ。扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。そしてレシートもそれを立証している。にもかかわらずお父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは窓よ。窓から出したのよ。夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓からね。
Then check the courtyard. Again, she has a rifle. She can and will shoot you.
奥様、来ないでください。
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
その後、中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね。
クラウス兄さんたちの事件もさらに夕べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて
Hideyoshi, you're not getting into this too.
非常に高いっちゅうことだ。本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない。だがもうぶちまけてしまったからには仕方ない。
You know what? Fuck you. Fuck Ava. Fuck George. iOS is gonna get... I hope you get got. I want you guys to leave.
なぜこの この私が後宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめを。
Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。エヴァおばさん。
ダメって何がだよ、バトラ。
Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Aunt Ava's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が？バトラ君、聞かせてよ。
一方からしか見られないから、夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。
Are we gonna spin?
夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえが、そんな。
Are we ready to spin, baby?
しねえってことさ。レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。筋は悪くない。だが、俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ。これが答案なら、居残りで補修ってとこだぜ。
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。そしてその説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら、最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。だが夏日おばさんが無実で濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、そうだと断言することはできねえ。
ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？姉さんしかありえないのよ。私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。
No.
一度目に
He could have left himself through the window.
そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
だから65点なんだよ。
65 points, you suck. Get the fuck out of my classroom.
チェス盤をひっくり返す。
We spin!
どうやってガイア
Yes!
がじい様を失踪
Spin the
させる
chessboard.
かじゃない。どうやって内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず。しかもエヴァおばさん。
Now, we talk about certain people having big brain. Badler right now is being the biggest brain, because they killed off all the other ones.
確かに書斎は密室だった。これは認めるしかない。だがしかし書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない。どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチン、ベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。例えばベッドの下にでも潜って隠れたらおばさんたちは部屋からいなくなったと思い込めるぜ。エヴァおばさんもそこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。そしておばさんたちは失踪したと思い開花へ戻る。この時レシートはもうない。つまりじい様は密室である間は部屋に隠れ続け、エヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
Interesting theory.
何よそれ。どうしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃならないの？
They don't want to talk to you
口
people.
頭無形にも程があるわよ。
ああ、口頭無形かもな。だがそれでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。エヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。チェスで言えばチェックくらいにはなったろ。だがチェックメイトじゃねえ。そして俺が最高に気に入らねえのは、それを夏 夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って、それができなきゃ黒だって断定しようとしたエヴァおばさんのその論法さ、それがまかり通るってんだ。この後ろ宮バトラー、
Objection!
チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらおうじゃねえか。
We're spinning again!
エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ、あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに
Exactly.
帰ったんじゃない
This is very Ace Attorney like right now.
釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。
With that objection and the
あんたにはもちろん自身
and the
の釈明
reasoning
で
here.
きるんだろうな。じいさまの遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだって十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。母さんがじいさまの最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。バトラーの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
僕もお母さんの推理は少し勇み足だと思うな。レシートの件は
George, I don't give a shit about you anymore. I want you dead now because of your association with the parents.
夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。僕たちは等
Yeah,
し
the
く
inspiration's pretty obvious.
全員
It's
が
great.
容疑者だ。
Well, it's fun. It's fun just to see the objection thing.
誇り高き
The
お
little
父様
Badler pointing, and it's going across the screen. That's pretty
そん
fun.
な誰事で説明がつくと思って。
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。6人を誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ。
They poisoned the water! Asthma, probably. If I remember right, she has asthma.
お嬢様、お嬢様。
Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first, I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long, I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking down on her hands and knees.
ジェシカ、しっかり。南條先生。
ジェシカさん、吸入器を早く。ええ、私が持ってきているのがあります。
Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain.
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
お嬢様、お薬です。さあ。
Taking the inhaler from Cannon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。びっくりしたぜ。
大したことねえよ。心配すんじゃねえぜ。
Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit.
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。
You're suspicious for the sole fact of motive.
確かに不毛ね。明日 警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。でもバトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？犯人を、大切な人を失った痛みを思い知ら
I'm
せて
pretty
や
sure
る
the
ために
police will tell you. I'm pretty sure this will be in the news.
それは否定しないです。これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を、たとえ一日であったとしてものさばらしたくはない。でもだからといって18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。さっきはああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。俺にとってのエヴァおばさんはちゃめっ気があっていつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。そんなおばさんとこんな罵り合いはしたくねえ。ここにいる誰だってそんなことは望んでねえはずさ。だろみんな。
バトラ君に同じ意味のない
George, fuck
罵
off.
り合いだね。
I don't like you anymore.
これだけの人
That's
数
what
が
happens. You should have not been born by those people.
みんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
でしょうな。無理もないことです。言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
そうね、そう。レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。私たちだって等しく疑わしい。でもね、バトラ君、レシートの話だけは本当よ。これ忘れないでね。そしてこれが
Yeah, I wrote it down. No one left through only
考
entrance.
えてみてね。
It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor. That, in the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detectives.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこして
Okay, I feel like
意味は
that was
ない
just
よ。
fucked up.
だってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
That's right. If we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry.
これ以上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。
Isn't it? Now, mind you, I'm gonna look something up. Now, that's why I wanted to confirm. Because when I read with the seagulls cry, I thought of Higurashi when they cry. So you know what? That's the long-awaited next part of the Higurashi series, When the Seagulls Cry.
私も同じよ。確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。お好きになさるといいでしょう。でもくれぐれも用心を。ありがとう姉さん。そして余計なお世話よ。姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？十分よ。じゃあね、夏日姉さん。源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。源氏、カム。
I don't like any of... I don't like Ava or Hideyoshi anymore. I don't like them.
送り狼なんて嫌だもの。むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。ジョージ行くわよ。
僕はここでみんなといるよ。
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。そんなところにいるつもり？
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。僕はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて。
Well, it's your mother, if it's not the 19th person.
あなたからも言ってやってよ。
ジョージももう一人前の男や。そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるなら、それも勝手やろ。好きにさせたれ。
父さん。
Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor is being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
Bad. Am I the only one who's not gonna believe in Beatrice? Okay.
19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつまでも。
You know what, Badler? I'll be the one who says fuck Beatrice. She ain't real. There is a 19th person, but it's not Beatrice. It's not the witch. It could just be plain Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again.
そうだよ。魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。ベアトリーチェは72柱のすべてに精通。
There's 72 of them?
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に
Gap!
力を与えるし。
We shopping at the Gap?
どのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
魔女はすげえな。頼むから。もしまた事件を起こす気なら絶対に人間には無理なことをして俺に19人目を、いや魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
いいよ。あったら伝えておくよ。
Badler, why'd you say something like that? That's gonna bring... Crap. Nothing made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in the mansion is 19. 19 is greater than X, which is greater than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than X, which is greater than 18. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder that 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. That witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Oh, hell yeah, Sean, Stone Cold, back once again. What? What?
いいよ。あったら伝えておくよ。
What?
ジョージ、
The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. I had begun to feel like discussion of the case was itself taboo. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
おお、まだいっぱい降ってるよ。おお。
仮にやんだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだよ。
Nah, it's gonna wait till the end of the day.
バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから出直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃に来てくれるでしょう。
It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goto's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Gota, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Cannon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Cannon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, it was slightly awkward even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Cannon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine. It's my boy Cannon, by the way. Nick Cannon. Cannon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Cannon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Genji spoke kindly to Cannon as he advanced to pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Genji purposely refrained from facing Cannon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Cannon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. I wonder that too. I hope that he's dead. That would be fun. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard.
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを。
I just want to know what happens the next day. Because it's got to ramp up according to this. It can't, like, if this is the slow episode, the guest room Ava and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms for every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。まったく、ずうずうしいったらあるしな。
まあそう言うな。夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Ava, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who's laying on the bed.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
I'm setting the pen down. I'm going to say one thing. If I get one iota of anything that could get me banned, I am shutting off the game capture. One iota. I don't care what it is. If I'm getting the iota of sense that may or may not be, hey, TOS, TOS, I'm throwing this shit. I'm throwing this shit. I am going to Ron Swanson this computer into my trash can. Nah, nothing NSFW and Umineko. That's what you think. What if I added some things myself? Which would be thoroughly impossible with me if it's not directly written somewhere. You better not. Okay, I can tell you right now they're going to have sex. This is where they have sex.
本当にあっという間よ。子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Ava herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya head register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether her successor to the headship was born or not. And then one day, she had a heavenly revelation, or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to and agreed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his last name entered into the Ushiromiya family registry. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family, they had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl.
私クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。偉そうで威張ってて、自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて、だからそれに一矢報いてやりたかった。でもそれは子供の頃の感情なのよ。でもその感情は結局自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。それだけならまだいい。その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Hideyoshi got up and held Eva's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。一度もや。エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。だから後ろ宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、無駄なことなんかなんもなかった。今日までほんまに。
I think I accidentally skipped that. My pen fell again. I'm gonna move my pen over. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
They're having sex tonight, and that's when they die. They're the two that are gonna get tore apart.
私もよ。あなたと一緒になれてよかった。
ジョージももう立派な大人や。
I'm standing up because I need to.
しっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか。わしら二人水いらずや。
いやよ。毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状はみん黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ。モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあそいつもなしや。水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
うん、それならいいわね。
モルジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
仕事納めしたらすぐや。旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
いや、今すぐがいい。
Ava nigged at his lips, and the only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. I'm not even going to read that sentence before, because I have no idea what any of those words were. There was a knock on the door, and Genji-san entered. I gotta do something real quick before I continue reading. Wow, I'm back. All right. Madam.
お夕食の準備が整いました。
Dinner
お
time.
食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
ええ、ここへ運ばせなさい。南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
源氏さんはじいさまの相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。
I've never won a game of
よ
chess.
く一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
ええ、マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。どうせ断るでしょうが。
かしこまりました。
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく後ろ宮家の食卓には全員が揃います。
Especially since 6 of them are fucking dead. Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again and slightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuki had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible. And just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for her safety. Kanon accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Yo, dinner! Genji knocked on the door.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
Cannon pointed under the door. A Western-style envelope had been inserted under under I. Oh my god, not under I! Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
間違いない。親方様の封筒だ。
あるいは。
Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud
エヴァ
voice.
様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。お返事をお願いいたします。エヴァ様。
But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Ava's name. However, there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside.
テレビの音らしきものが。でも気配が感じられません。お部屋は空っぽかも。
Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with the deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiro-miya family head's ring.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Ava had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys which contained the key that would open the guest room.
Kenji-sama.
Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the doors so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else... After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room, or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called to Ava once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with the chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of the servants' usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Kanon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. As Kanon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop. It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of worriness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the servant cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, chased after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. I'm going to grab a quick drink of water, so I'm not even gonna put a be right back screen. I'm just thirsty. I'll be back in a little bit. Water has been drunk. Reading gets my thirst going. Taking Kumasawa with him, Cannon went to his storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain. Bolt cutters!
私も手伝いますよ。ドアチェーンを切断するんです。大きめの番線カッターはどこだっけ？
ドアチェーンを？どうしてそんなことをするんですか？
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. Cannon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called the cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Cannon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. Hirori knew instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already. Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, grasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let an ah struck speechless. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. There's another symbol. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. They're dead. There's another symbol. Oh, God. Oh, no. Alright. Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there, on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape, drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle. Because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones on that magic circle on the shutter. Well, I feel like I need to write down another symbol. But the thing that had Cannon struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. But those together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on that spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely would have wanted to. I may have to start believing in Beatrice. Like, I don't know about you, but this is way fast for that symbol. Look how intricate that is. Cannon gulped and readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Cannon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to move clearly, hear the sound of the television, which had been sleeping out faintly this whole time. Ava was lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon, who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Ava like that. Ava's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Ava's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Ava's forehead, something had been placed. Something was growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? That or some weapon? Like it was sticking out? I got chills from hearing that sound effect. I'm telling you, there's something in this room now. I don't mean in the game, I mean in here. In my place. I don't think I want to play this game at night anymore. I might have to stream on Tuesdays now. Because what sucks is my back is towards the door. So if something's walking into my room to kill me, I can't see it. I'm not facing the door. I'm facing the opposite wall. At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Ava was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. Ava was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. That waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked, with both eyes open, and pointing right at Cannon. Just like Ava, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Ava's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then they heard Natsu's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. As Natsu said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Ava dead. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted a valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
わかったな。市販は出た。守護工場も始まった。おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。しかし、このような柄の短い距離で頭蓋骨。考えられん。
Nanjo checked their pulse on their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. He noticed that, rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at the scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for, nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuki, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuki couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach.
この部屋を閉じなさい。
見せられませんとも。両親のこんなむごい姿をとてもジョージさんには。
But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuki, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. They're dead! They died! They got murdered! Can didn't have anything to say. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Get fucked, George, dude. Come on. Natsuki touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist, over and over again. Badler had his back against the wall of the hallway, and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Badler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's.
番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。濃すぎるぜ。やろうやろう。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
バトラ泣かない泣かない。
Maria tried to comfort Badler in a mechanical sounding voice. Badler violently wiped his tears.
もう流さないぜ。悔し涙も悲しみの涙ももう二度と流さねえぜ。全然ダメだ。俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。主勢一方ってわけだ。そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。やろう。
We spinning! I'm not spinning.
明日まで逃げる手段もなく
I don't want to spin again.
持ってるだろうよ。だからひっくり返すぜ。明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。ションベンチにいそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ。野郎の方だ。暴いてやるぜ。必ずだ。明日までに。いや明日なんか待たねえ。今夜だ。今夜中にその腕ぐらをつかみ
I'm gripping you by the balls like my parents used to.
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Nazi announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others. When he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Nazi still hadn't opened that Western envelope with the family head that she'd picked up, but now that they decided to leave this room, she'd decided to seal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place or maybe sensed something strange.
答えよ。
マリアもわかるか。
Oh, sorry, I just shit myself. To be honest, that's why it smells awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then.
私ちょっと厨房を見てきます。火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily jazzed away.
熊沢と行きなさい。一人にさせないように。
はい。
After nodding at Genji's order, Cannon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well.
臭い。
Brimstone?
確かに鼻が
It could
鳴り
smell
そう
like
に
brimstone, which means demon.
換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
Nazi was reluctant to open the window in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
上司の兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was a quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved
部屋に
parents.
はチェーンがかかってた。先構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。つまり完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか。
They could have hidden in the room before they closed it.
でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で 最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。
Well, again, they could have already been hiding in the room.
犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
And then went out through the window. It's always the window. The windows are a way to go.
扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed, and since Aunt Natsuhi was the only person in or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window, and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. I'm gonna check something real quick. Yeah, it's been updated. Alright. Bam. Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into her forehead. The windows and door to the room were locked from the inside, and even the chain was set. No way could a human have killed her. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Ava was found in with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into the forehead. Just like the same as Ava. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. Can't see and can't reach. Go on. Could a human have killed them then? I don't like you anymore. The thigh. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuhi entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this story can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。部屋の外から何らかの方法で。
確かにチェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても多少の隙間を開けることができる。ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。いや、甘いか。
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったならそれも考えたぜ。だがエヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上、しかも秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう、全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. I hate it when the music stops and it just gets silent.
満足って何がだよ。
Son of a bitch, he's back.
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしい。
Oh my god.
だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして。
There's still a way. They could have hidden the room. came out, stabbed him, left through the window, shut the window, locked it. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly on the head with my fist.
ああ、叶えてくれてありがとうよ。今のはその礼と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
I see we're back to being bad cop, bad cop. Let's go.
覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
Yeah, kid.
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
Hit her again.
言うよ、このげんこつ男。あれは月の1の魔法陣だよ。
First magic circle of the moon.
書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の栓抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。魔法陣の効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。もう一つの効用は、
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く。難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。平たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情に、この扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦受けてやら。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
しかしどうやって、せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を。
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何事なのですか？
Brimstone, sulfur. Ken and Kumasawa had gone on ahead and realized the smell was coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. Nothing good happens in the boiler room. Just ask Mankind and the Undertaker.
またボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Ava and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now? After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanan ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanan wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kanan was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Cannon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Cannon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place, and on top of that, the room was filled with that horrible stench, which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. Wherever Cannon kept gazing straight forward, he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Cannon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
The words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Oh my god, there's 3 of them. That's way more than 3. I don't want to listen to this audio. I'm not listening to that audio. I don't care. I don't want to listen to that. That sounds like I'm gonna get fucking cursed. I'm not listening to that. Oh wait, I'll wait until I see music pop up. I'm not listening to that. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably, they would certainly laugh. But Cannon continued to speak, without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低い賭け方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。
I don't like this audio, man. This is like actually no, I don't like this.
親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び、その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか、そんなことには興味ない。しかしお前は忘れている。ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている。
Roulette has a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit.
一つだけ心に決めていた。もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら、この身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。これは親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。このルールは僕が作った。僕はもう家具じゃない。お前のルーレットのゼロ。
Yeah, Cannon! Go crazy, my guy. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。ベアドリーチェ！
When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to drive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Thank... What the fuck just happened? I got jump scared by a fucking painting, first of all. Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With the clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit, left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Cannon! No! Everybody I care about fucking dies! Dude, this is fucked up every time, no matter what I'm watching! Every single character that I like fucking dies, dude. I'm getting tired of this shit. Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup, too extreme for Cannon's white skin. I hate you, Beatrice. I hate you. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance. A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sinking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Canon-san?
I'm saluting this man. He deserves the utmost respect. Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. I salute you, Cannon. May you rest in peace. You glorious bastard, you. From the first time that I saw you in this first episode that I'm not even fucking done with yet, I have always liked you, and you will always be the best character in this series. I salute you once again. Stay golden, pony boy. The first one to dash in was Natsuki, holding the rifle. Badler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room, But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore.
返事をしなさい。源氏、南條先生をここに。
Natsuki realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuki, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted.
そこに隠れているものは何者です。おとなしく出てきなさい。そちらから出てこないなら容赦なく撃ちます。
ライトだ。おばさん、照らすぜ。
Badler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuki was glaring into. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack. It was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry.
夏日おばさん、あの扉はどこへ？
源氏、あの扉はどこに通じているのですか？
中庭です。
逃がすかよ。くそ、この野郎。
Badler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Badler ran up them shouting.
待ちなさい、バトラ君。一人では危険です。
Natsuki was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Badler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Badler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Badler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Badler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing.
バトラ君、一人で先走ってはダメです。バトラ君。
Badler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried.
エヴァおばさんに秀吉おじさん、さらにカノン君かよ。6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺しやがった。ふざけるな、ふざけるな。エヴァおばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったんじゃねえかよ。カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだが、きっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ。なんで殺したんだ。どうして人ってのはな、殺しちまったらな。
Well, according to the epitaph, they do, but I'm not gonna bring that up.
どうして殺すんだよ。どうして
I feel like he's not in the mood for a little, riddle. Badler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried, with all his strength. Natsuhi, who had always thought of Badler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. And at the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him.
大丈夫です。あなたも、ジョージ君も、マリアちゃんも、ジェシカも、私は絶対に守ります。母として。
I'm literally at a loss for words.
後ろ宮家の代表として。
Badler, after sobbing into Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he'd been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて全てを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうともこの島から逃げられるものですか。
そうっすね。警察来れば。
When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Badler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. Read that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Ken and Kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Ken and Kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this is the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we had expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather, a thin stake, and had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual, including the handle was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanen-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering, and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened, but this is... I stood there for a while, moaning, with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. Oh my god, it's Kinzo! How the fuck did he get inside an incinerator? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burnt. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. When I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. How the fuck did he get in the incinerator? Okay, I'm starting to think the 19th person is actually the witch and not a human. Butterflies appear and Kanen dies. There's a Kinzo's in the fucking incinerator and nobody put him in there. There's no way. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Oh my god, he's a freak! He's got 6 toes on each foot! Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe would look so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed. That means he was born a freak. He was born a mutant.
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into two and the total number increases. Okay, we're getting religious now. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't disease, just something people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuki, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as the head so much, this 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is besides the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed into Kanon-kun's chest, one of those demon's ice picks, was stuck into his forehead.
指に当主の指輪がありません。
Did things update now? Oh, well, Kanon's not officially dead yet. We should add that. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his forehead. The old mage's wish scattered ungranted. This is but one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. This is way more deaths than I thought there would be. So I need to check something. Offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. So that's the next night, I believe. Because we're still on the first night when she stabbed the 2. But I don't think 4 needs to... Okay, you know what? We'll leave it.
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。お父様。さぞやご無念でしょう。
Natsuki-san let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since according to Genji, the strength of the flame had been that strong the body must have started burning a long time ago, so that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his auto lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high, and there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kairi-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us, if the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. To 4 of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa Bachan, and Dr. Nanjo, one of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person, no, this witch.
マリアちゃん、それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。さあ、バトラ君もカノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that enthusiasts couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head.
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ？俺たち全員の命か。
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。
Yeah, on the ninth twilight. And that's when none shall be alive. That's what it says in the epitaph.
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？どうして怯えない？
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。私は黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。そこはね、しがらみも何もないすべての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。私は楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago, but when she was 3, she was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives who once firmly denied the witch's existence start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
おう、だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。おう。
Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person, or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria's been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter he picked up in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Natsuki should still have it with her. I'm not doing a Stone Cold bit because I'm tired of doing them. In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanon away, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。
That cannon! With a weapon resembling an ice pick, having been rammed into his chest, he was found in the boiler room. How presumptuous for furniture. Now I'm just gonna be sad.
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり、ありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら、熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに、愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion-filled words I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろ。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
畜生、源氏さん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして私たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. Here, they didn't do a sound, so I'll do a sound. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを
Maria's literally ruining this right now. I do not like Maria as a character anymore. She's great as creepy, but they just need to calm down with her being like, oh, this. It's like, it's a sad moment. Just stop. Although those words seem kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから。ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけ
See, this is when Maria's a good character.
だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。
When she's just like, you're fucking stupid. George, I want you to slap the shit out of her right now.
信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。
I want you to hit
ベ
her.
アトリーチェはね、いるの。
George, I want you to hit
黄
her.
金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど、なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだと思ってたけど、おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば、おばさんも本気で怒ります。
I'll see if this goes away. Okay, it's not. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently had built up a resistance to Aunt Nazi's quiet sort of scolding. I wasn't looking at the screen, and then I saw it stop, and then I heard it stop, so I looked up and I was like, shit. There goes that one. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. And I don't feel like hitting H just to read something that was like 5 words. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Canon-kun, grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly. And 10 of these people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。 犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and gain even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですな。
The parlor!
私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったろうが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished work, the keys were passed between servants. I could be able to finish episode 1 tonight, but you were close to the end now. So even if I play for 30 more minutes, I still can't finish episode 1. That's some BS. Hell, I might stop soon then. I might stop a little bit earlier than like 2. I might stop at like 1:45, 50 minutes before, because at that point it doesn't matter if I'm not gonna finish it. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。
I just can't. I don't have anything to say at this point. I've said everything I wanted to say. I'm still kind of reeled back from Canon, dude. Canon was the best.
敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んでこられるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の書斎です。
私は反対だぜ。じいさまの気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか
？2本です。1本は常に私が、もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuki.
本来なら 警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので、
Dude, just barricade yourselves in the study. It's
お
easier.
預かりさせていただいており、
You have both the keys for it.
なるほど。
Done.
ということは、金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもあり
Well,
ま
I
せん。
mean, at least he's got a working
この部屋が一番
bathroom.
安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじい様を犯人が連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら、籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ兄貴。
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap Grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study, and then give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes in the study. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us, in the study. But that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's gotta do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes in the study.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。流しにご浮上、冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
Jessica spat the words out.
立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ、ベアトリーチ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですな。警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう南條先生。私はお父様の
I vote on father. I vote on the study as well.
可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。
I vote on the study.
バトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て。
Again, you hold the only two keys, so if it is another person. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Ava said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room just as Aunt Ava claimed? Isn't an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava was here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? Ah, it's useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around right and wrong, we'll keep switching places over and over and I won't be able to believe anything. But it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit among the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts will have taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kairi-san taught me about chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kairi-san was Dad's co-worker back then. Never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't Kairi-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful, and it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Oh, I accidentally hit Z. I'll just click on characters and hit exit. And that's not just a theory, it's a game theory.
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強
So I really don't enjoy the flashbacks of the chessboard theory.
完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
It's annoying most of the time.
ええ。チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は
Game theory.
数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result in 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how billion. What? Wait, so if I write down 1 plus 1 equals 2, I will always get 1 plus 1 equals 2. No shit, because I'm writing it on a piece of paper. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. Well, also because I'm writing down something. If I write down first circle of moon, I'm always... That's always going to say first circle of moon. That's essentially what you just told me. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the change between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because of the rules of chess are fixed when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって、人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、すでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
That's right. Kairi-san definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired, and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if the game actually has a special rule, some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kairi-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into Grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuki persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuki's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then, Kuwasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuki was in the lead, warily stepped into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuki had warned us of beforehand. There was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。
I'm gonna save. And I think I'm done. I'm tired. And I know I'm not gonna finish it, so I can't. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit a little, let me mute the desktop audio. We're gonna hit a little ending soon. I know it's probably loud. Breaking news. Stream is ending soon. Woohoo. So I click back on this. Go back to the title. Oh, now, it's fucked up that Canon's dead, but I can't do anything about that, man. I'm pissed. This game is way better. This visual novel is way better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be something stupid, but no, it's fantastic so far. And I'm mad that I'm not even past the first episode, but what can I do? I stream late at night and I don't want to stream for that long. I'm going to hit the outro now. While the audio's muted and I get to listen to these openings once again. I have 2 hours until I finish episode 1. Oh my god, how... Dude. Like, actually, 4 episodes on episode 1? My god, this is gonna be a long-running series. This is gonna be like Yakuza, like a dragon. It's just gonna go on for like 500 episodes and there's nothing I can do about it. It's just how long I record for. I can't do anything about that. But anyway, this has been Umineko. I've been your host, Sean Tyler from the Saberleaf Network. Follow all my social medias that are in my Twitch bio or my description down below. So like twitter.com/SaberleafST, Instagram.com/SaberleafXT. My Discord server will be listed in the description of my YouTube video. Follow my Twitch, twitch.tv/SaberleafNetwork. All that usual stuff. Like, comment, subscribe, follow my Twitch channel, subscribe to my Twitch channel, donate to my Twitch channel if you want. All these other things. Ring the bell, notifications, turn them on if you haven't already. From everybody here at the Saberleaf Network, including myself, potentially the ghost that is potentially still hanging around. Stay golden, Pony Boys. Not MLP reference, Outsiders reference. I can't stress that enough. Please just read the book if you haven't. It's a very good book. It's a very good movie, too. I haven't watched the full movie. I watched bits and pieces, but it's still a good movie because I enjoyed the book. I'm out.